Well, howdy, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Get some music going here. Alrighty. So we're going to continue working on the transaction stuff today. Gotta get a phrase here to start with. All right, and I should have another wallet somewhere here. Let's see. There it is. Any windows open? What are you doing? Got all right, good. Got dev tools there. All right, and we will go ahead and pair these. All right, cool. So we've got two paired wallets. What we need to do is get the transactions for those wallets. We've got some of the stuff set up for requesting it, which should be these things. Although that seems like a lot of requests. I'll need to check where it's making those requests right now. Whoa. I didn't mean to do that. What did that just do? Yeah, I did not want to do that. Undo that. Discard. Okay. Accidentally clicked replace instead of selecting it. All right. So we've got get all transactions right there. All right, we've got it in 3 different places. So on update all funds, it happens. We've got it down here, which happens in derive wallet. All right. So I suppose we should check into Dash site. I know Cool AJ86 has been working on his own stuff, so I'm not sure if he's gotten to review the pull request I made yet. So let me check on that. I believe the last stream I made this pull request right before ending. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been reviewed. I had also made this one. So oh, approval not required. So if it's not required, I might go ahead and merge it. I probably won't do this dash TX one right this second. It's pretty tiny, and it's not actually affecting anything with the wallet right now. But this dash site one, let me ping him real quick. Actually, before I send that message, let me change this real quick. Just noticed. Where is it? Dash site. That's it. All right, let's pull this over. So we're still on the branch. What I just noticed is I fixed this and get all UTXOs. So get all UTXOs. Wait, is that right? Oh, no. It's way further down. Didn't realize it collapsed a bunch right there. Oh, okay. So this would be fixed for all of them, I think. If it's using dash site fetch. Let me see. So two. Dash site fetch. Site fetch. Okay, so get all UTXOs is using dash site fetch. However, does it need to do that? And I'm assuming this one. Okay, so I am using dash site fetch for both of those, but I might not need to do that. Oh, okay, I would. So if the response is okay, it actually returns it, so I would need to do response to JSON. This happens if it's not okay, and so we tentatively parse it. All right, so that should be fine. I don't need to update that. All right. For now, I'm not going to worry about this. I did ping cool AJ86, so he's aware of it. But we are pointed at the branch, I believe, right here. So it's working. I think we're okay because it should deploy with that. So I'm not, I would like that pull request merged, but it's okay. We're all right not having it right this second. So let's continue on. We need to get to the actual interface building. And for that, we are now getting all transactions. We're doing this request, but it would probably make sense to load it into a reactive variable if possible. So like wallet funds is reactive. Right, with that, at least that function will now return it. This one up here. So this one just returns funds. I don't know if I want to modify that. Okay. So I've got that wallet funds being passed into here. Something that I've done in other projects that I'm thinking I should do in this one, possible, is to move some of this state stuff outside to its own file. So I think I'm going to add a new folder here called state. This needs Envoy, so we're going to need that. And I'm going to say index.js for now. I might or likely will expand this into other files at some point. But for now, this should be fine. So back to main. Right, I'm going to copy all of these Envoy functions into here. Oh, and it looks like we need that. Constants. Store. See, store comes from here. Okay, so if we do export, I think we can change these to constants. Constant. All right, so with those moved, let's see. This would be state index. So app state, app tools, user info, app dialogues. Right, user info, app tools, app dialogues, and wallet funds. Okay. And it might seem like there's no reason for me to be doing this, but there is a reason. You're gonna have to trust me. So with that change, let's go ahead and refresh and make sure that didn't break anything. I don't think it should have, but you never know sometimes. Still seems to be loading. It definitely updated the wallet funds. So that's good. There's that other window. Come on, other wallet. There it is. All right. Refresh that one too. Okay, that's good. That's what I was hoping for. Now we're not using Envoy anywhere. We're also not using sort contacts anywhere. Address text from usage. Okay, so now if we find wallet, so we were passing wallet funds into each of the rigs like that. Oh, interesting. Okay, all funds. Okay. This is the main reason I was trying to figure this out. So update all funds. I want to remove update all wallet funds from update all funds, so that it's not required there, and instead up here we do state index wallet funds. Okay, so now we bring in wallet funds like that. Not going to replace it everywhere yet, just here if possible. Update all funds, Oh, I guess update address funds also gets that. Let's delete it there. And then come back. That was this one, right? Update address funds. Okay, so now they should both be using the wallet funds. Whoa, wait. Okay. Let's see if it still works now. Clear that, refresh. That's a good sign. All right, so let's see, anywhere else? Okay, cool. Let's see if we've got app state anywhere. No. App tools, not toots. Not app toots. App dialogues, no. What was the other one? State tools, user info, dialogues, wallet funds. Okay, state tools, user info. Okay, so we're not using any of the other state stuff inside of wallet, just that one. Which means we can delete that there. Okay, but first let's find. Let's see. That. So with this change, instead of passing wallet funds to all of these like this, let's just try would be a good one. Let's just start with contact. So we delete this and we go to add contact rig. Let's see, source, rigs, add contact, wallet funds. Right there. So we don't need that there anyways. Okay, we don't even need to include that anymore. Actually, that's funny. But even update all funds. This literally will simplify some stuff for us. All right, and if we refresh here. Okay, good. That's working as expected. I don't want to do all the other changes that need to be done right this second, but so we've got, let's see, app dialogues, user info, app tools. I actually don't like this is being anal retentive, but I didn't like that it was app. Wait, I still don't like that. This really isn't needed, but wasn't alphabetical, so app dialogues. ST, okay. And then user info comes after that, and okay, now they're in alphabetical order. It didn't need to be that way, but there's also no reason for it not to be that way. Once I recognized it wasn't, it was irritating me. I swear I'm not obsessive compulsive. True story. I'm realizing there could be an issue with this. So I want to look at this. User info. I was assuming get user info would actually modify user info. Object entries info for each user info. Okay. Let's see. Is that really the only place we modify user info? It doesn't seem right. Weren't we modifying it right in here? I swear I saw that. Oh. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, so we modify it here, but we're also doing just those two areas. Get user info. So what I was thinking could be a problem is if app state selected alias is not set. So I'm thinking we should check that. So if state prop is not old state prop and app state selected alias, because at least both of those rely on that. Okay, getting sidetracked again. I want to add, so we've got app tools, stored data, transactions. I want something for transactions. We've got app state sent transactions, but I'm thinking it might be good to have app state transactions. And right now, what do we get back? It's an array. So we could just jam. So we could switch this to an array. And just every time we do this request, assign the array to the transactions. Are we storing this data yet? I don't think we got to storing it yet. We did test storing transactions, but maybe that was only on send. It must have only been on send. All right. So we do have a time in here that would be of the transaction. Let's take a look at what we get from the WebSocket. Go away. All right, so I'm gonna resize this even more. So from the WebSocket, we don't have is RBF. We've got TXID, TX lock, value out, and then the val. Do any of these have a VIN? These may just have val. Oh, interesting. But does it have a real VIN, or is VIN just in one of these as letters that are available? I'm thinking VIN might just exist in either one of the addresses or in the TXID. I wonder if it's checking for every single letter, maybe? I don't know. Okay, so none of what's showing here has a VIN. So it's at least only a partial thing that comes through the WebSocket, versus this has V in and V out. It also does not list the time of the transaction. Yeah, so okay, so part of what I'm trying to think through, what I want to do here is if when we make the request to get all of these, for example, instead of storing them as an array like this, if instead we do something like let so we would basically go with then or vout. We'd look through which one references the address. So we would grab the adder like that. It would actually go here. So I guess I could just copy that. So then we would have it by address, and we could just actually, so this would be an array here. And then every transaction for that address could go there, or we could do it as an object, and then ven and vout. So even though these would be coming through just as a giant array, we would then process them and store them like that. And then we could find the in and out transactions faster. But for example, I don't know for sure, but there's a good chance this then could also be in the vouts. So XCD, I guess it's not showing here. But either of these might actually be one of our addresses. It's probably this one. So if we look inside of addresses, yep, so this is one of our wallet addresses. So basically, we send funds out to this address, and we do the change to that, to that address. But I guess that's okay. What I was concerned about is listing the transaction twice, because there are scenarios where you could use the same address. So then you'd have the transaction list twice, but that might be fine. That, or instead of doing it like this, we could do TXID. So then, instead of separating it by VIN and VOUT, we would just have a list of the transactions. And then when we want to get all the transactions for the address, it might make it harder if we do have scenarios where we want to get the VIN and VOUT. But even then, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Essentially, we could do transactions. So then that would get us an array again of all of these values, but tied to the specific address. I think I like this option the best right now. One of the other things we need to account for, however, is I don't think I'm storing addresses for contacts for send. So if I click here and say send to byte, this would generate a new address based on the XPub we exchanged. But I'm not really keeping track of that. So, for example, in VOUT here, this is likely one of the contacts, or as all of these transactions were sent before I just paired this wallet and I've had different configurations, it would not necessarily be for that contact. So it would be I either need to start checking or storing addresses for each alias. No, not alias, contact. Which that's encrypted, but do we have any of this logging right now? We do, yay. Okay, so incoming, outgoing. Right now, I think we just bump the address indexes. All right, now I'm trying to remember this. Ah, that's it. Okay, so while this is quite a large width, we'll likely be doing something similar to this, but inside a much smaller width, just because this is a lot of empty space. So this says sent to Jane Doe from John Doe, sent from sent. So we can infer from these addresses who the contact was that sent it to us, because these have the let's see, X key ID, wallet ID, usage index. So because they have the usage index, let's clear that. Are all of these, let's see, we should have quite a few usage indexes in here, and it's not showing on any of them. Lovely. One. Should have more than usage index 1. 1. 0 there. Expecting more usage indexes. Oh, no. I'm a derp. I meant account index. So that's right. So account index 5. The account index maps to the contacts, and so based on the addresses account index, we can infer which contact we received from. So we can figure out the froms easily enough. And in some fashion, we might be able to figure out the twos. However, let me check something real quick. Right, so I'm trying to see based on the change address if we can detect based on that. And the reason I would do that is I think right now this wallet functions where it would grab any address that has funds, so any UTXO, and try to send from any of them. But it might only use a change address for that specific contact. So that's what I'm trying to figure out here real quick. So we've got create draft, change address. So all of the change addresses come from create TX, and create TX gets passed into send or receive. Okay, so in send or receive, we've got funding address, change address. Get unused change address, temp account wallet. So account X key ID usage index. So find and store addresses, filter query. So in addresses here, we search for X key ID and usage index change. We then loop over the found addresses and return the first one that does not have insight balance. So that's how we're getting the change address. Forget some of these playlists when I turn them on and listen to them make me sleepy. Like the music is too peaceful. Keep finding myself fighting off yawns here. Might have to take off the headphones here because yeah, I'm ready for a nap. Okay, so we're getting the change address from here. We look for change, which I believe is use, yeah, number 1. So some of these would have usage index 1, which we did see that there's one. So we would look for the X key ID, which should be temp account wallet address index from usage. So state wallet, temp account, temp wallet, get item, X key ID. All right, so the send or request comes in with state wallet set. And it should be set let's see, so amount request QR. So this is all happening in send. So for that, for send, we either have an address. I wonder. Address equal to 2. So if out wallet address index is not undefined, we use that. If out wallet address, we use that. Or we set it to 2, so we assume the address. All right. So what I'm trying to check here is address amount. So this would show the insufficient funds and request more funds. If the amount is greater than wallet funds balance, I don't remember when I last tested this, but I'm a little worried this would actually break if you just enter an address. I know I had something checking for that before. So all of this gets the change address based on the wallet provided, but that wallet might not be accurate. If all you've done is input an address, create transaction state wallet, funding adders, change address. Or maybe this would work. I think regardless of what I do, I always provide a wallet. If you've got a contact selected, that wallet would actually be the contact xpub. or more specifically, the out wallet for that contact, which you can see right here. So it would be a wallet generated with that XPub. But if you did not select a contact, it would default to your main 0 account index wallet. So that would just grab the main wallet. It would get an address index from usage, so change, and then get unused change address, so it would loop over. Okay, so this probably would work. I was a little concerned, but now that I've talked it through, I think that should be fine. Because I'm pretty sure I've tested after some of these changes, and they were still working with an address, so I think that should work. Headers with funds, so that's where we get the addresses with funds, and I think it would do any address regardless of the account. I guess I can search that. Store addresses. If value wallet ID is equal to wallet ID. Yep. So it does not discriminate between accounts. It just grabs anything inside of the store here and it will use any of those. Okay. But all of that started because I was trying to figure out the change address. It does look like if you went here and I said, okay, I want to send 0.0001 to byte, and I sent, the change address it uses, even if it doesn't use funds that are in the shared wallet with byte, it would use the change address for byte. So based on the information in here, let's see, there we go. So based on this stuff right here, so we've got Vout 0 and Vout 1. One of these, if it's a change address, should show up in this list. However, if, for example, you do use cash send, I think it will avoid returning change. There might be some scenario where it might still give you change, but if I did 1 and there's actually a coin that's 2, 3, 4, it would probably send that full amount to the contact if you use cash send. But if, say, I only had a 0.5, it would probably split it, denominate it, and then send us the change denominated, I think. Suffice it to say, we could, well, let me go back here. We could catch some of what is listed here, but not all of it. So I will need to add more to account for transactions that don't have a change address, for example. So I do need something in here. I'm going to drag this back off screen. Hey, 888 Flow, how are you doing? What am I making right now? It is a cryptocurrency wallet for a web wallet for the Dash cryptocurrency. And we're making it under the Dash Incubator. And it's supposed to function more akin to Venmo than, you know, some of the other wallets out there that are more techy. This should be more, at least in theory, more user-friendly, where you know, if you could use Venmo, hopefully you'd be able to use this. So we're working out the kinks of that, and right now I'm trying to get this transaction stuff on the right side here to actually list the transactions, which right now we've got them requesting finally. So that's all this code here. It's 56 lines is all of our transactions for this wallet right now. But I'm trying to figure out how to link them to the contacts. And originally we weren't going to have transactions at least this early, and we've moved priorities around, and so I hadn't accounted for some of the stuff we need to do. So I'm having to do a bit of a refactor to try and get this in here. Yeah, so there is a service called Dash Insight. I think it is insight.dash.com, .org, .com or .org. I think it's .com. We'll find out. That's not right. Not that. Must be .org. There we go. So a lot of what we're doing is pinging Dash Insight their REST API, and they also have a WebSocket API. So we are interfacing with that. So REST and WebSocket, and that is how we're requesting stuff for specific addresses, and we're requesting the bulk transactions, and that's how we're getting it right now. But it is just a REST or WebSocket API. We're using both, actually. The WebSocket API helps us keep the balance more up to date, because you can just listen to it, and as transactions happen, if you notice any of the addresses you care about in the transactions, you can actually adjust the balance that way. Yeah, I haven't done much Python myself. I've only tinkered here and there, and I've run Python stuff, but for the most part, I know JavaScript, and I guess I've done PHP before, but never really gotten into Python. All right, so instead of adding to the addresses store, which is primarily our own addresses that we have access to the funds in, it might be worthwhile to store the addresses for the contact either under their outgoing wallet here, or possibly just adding another parameter for addresses for the contact. And then we could keep track of those addresses, and when we loop over all of these, we could then use those addresses to associate sent to Jane Doe, from John Doe, sent to Jane Doe, sent, you know, so we could differentiate that stuff. Others LAN are confusing. From switching from LAN to LAN is weird to me. You mean language? Like switching from Python to PHP or JavaScript? Okay. I naturally think of LAN as local area network, so as I was reading that, my mind was automatically replacing LAN with local area network. So I'm going, other local area networks are confusing from switching from local area network to local area network. I'm like, I don't know if that quite fits. It kind of fits. I mean, local area networks are confusing, and I have nightmare stories about those. But, you know, each their own. Okay, so let's see. One of the things we're not doing currently, and maybe we should do, is we're not looping over any of the outgoing stuff. We've got the batch address generation stuff. So batch Why didn't that work? Batch. So we've got these gen accounts. That's in wallet. We've got these things that we're using, but we're only doing it on our own wallet stuff. It may be worthwhile to batch generate like at least, I was thinking 5, but maybe we should just do 20. So we'd batch generate each contact. Once you've paired it. So outgoing doesn't get set until you finish pairing. So inside of here, if we don't finish pairing this, we've now got an unpaired contact here. But essentially this incremented our account index, and this would be, I think we should have new contacts. Let's see. I thought it would show a new one, but let's reload and see. Okay, there we go. So now we've got 2 contacts. One of them, this is the one we just generated, does not have the outgoing. So it's just got incoming, and that's our side of it, where they would send to once you've paired with, once they've paired your code. So not that. So once you share this stuff, this is our incoming, and they would pair with that, and it would be placed in their outgoing, and then they give you their outgoing, or they give you their incoming, and it becomes their outgoing in your wallet. That's what I'm trying to say. So the way we're differentiating right now is if you've input the outgoing information for a contact, they show up as paired. Otherwise, if you haven't, they show up as unpaired. So once you've paired, we could batch address generate one of these. So we could batch address generate on the outgoing once it's paired, and then we could also get it updated as soon as you pair with them in case you've already received funds from that contact. We'd generate the addresses, so 20 of the addresses. We could then do a the transaction request on those addresses and see if anything's been sent to or from them, update our stuff. And then we would know when you request from a contact. So like this, it would, right now this would start with oh, didn't mean to do that. Don't know how I did that, but so this starts at this address index right here. But if you've already received funds and you don't want to reuse addresses, like is what we're trying to do with this wallet, doing the batch address generate and getting if there's any transactions on them would allow us to bump this up so we start requesting funds on an unused address, essentially. Good luck with your work. Thanks for chatting. I'm gonna go ahead and send a little bit to this one. All right, so with that sent, I guess I need to refresh here. I want to get updated contacts. This one. So, ooh, that's interesting. For whatever reason, it jumped from 0 to 3. Which I suppose that could have been because we opened up receive. But it shouldn't have been. So I don't actually know why it jumped from 0 to 3. Oh, that's interesting. I did not realize that wasn't working. What I actually want is probably on input. So I want the unprocessed URI for that. I'm wondering if it's worthwhile. Let's see. Just add contact. Where is the HTML for this? And there it looks like. What I'm thinking is we do maybe a hidden input. We don't need a placeholder. We do need a type. Maybe we should move this into process URI. So, how does it currently do it? App state contacts. All of that's in process URI. Hang on. So, new contact, script item, the ID. That doesn't seem like it should be happening every time in process URI. That's where it should get set. That's where I was expecting it to get set. I was thinking maybe we're modifying the form, but maybe target. Okay, we do modify the form. Right, so if we set it like that, and then come back down here, and if we do override it, what, URI, that, we override it with that. That may give us what we were expecting there. It's not going to fix that one. However, if we shouldn't do this, but you can do this technically. So I'm going to pair these wallets again. I'm going to copy this one and paste it there, and then copy this one and paste it there. So add and add. So now we should have, let's see, I'm going to need to refresh this. So now our number one here should, there you go. Now we've at least got a record of what it was we pasted in. Which is what I was expecting to happen originally. Most of the information ends up in here, but in case, for whatever reason, and it has happened before, but things sometimes get parsed incorrectly or, you know, all sorts of reasons. Now we at least know what was input. For example, in here we have preferred username byte, but because we are already paired with byte, it didn't actually create a new byte. It created alias byte large, and then in this other one, it created Jojo doll. So we've got Jojo and Jojo doll. And the reason I wanted that is we should already have the xpub inside of outgoing here. So we've already got the xpub. Having the URI equal the xpub doesn't actually give us, it's just wasted extra information. But now we will at least keep track of that better in the future. But we need to adjust more here. So paired contact. So encrypt paired contact. Do want to check about this. So it was related to this. Do we actually get that? You've already paired. Oh no, because we paired a new contact. Let me see. So I come to this and I copy that. And then I come back here and I do new contact. And paste that in. There we go. So you've already paired with this contact. Existing contacts. Okay, and the reason that's important is now we've technically paired with that same contact twice. So if we did this again and we do new contact again and we paste in here again, now existing contacts is 2. But the reason I wanted to look at this is I don't think we should be generating the contact again. Right, so if we did this instead, now we've got multiple contacts paired to the same one. But if we do new contact again and use the same thing, let's clear this. And the warning should be obvious, so let's clear that too. So this time it detected the existing contacts. It did set new contact, but because we've just moved everything else into here, it didn't update the contacts by creating a new contact. We could potentially leave this out. So if we refresh that, this time it at least update that other information. It did not save the other information though. Getting sidetracked on this transaction, but all of this is connected. We'll loop back eventually. It might be worthwhile. Let me see if I can do this. I'm not sure if this will work, but it might. So just like the other errors, like this, let's take that, bring it up to here-ish. That's too high. I believe this would be target and target. Oh, and FDE, FDE. Oh, but this is not an event. So since it's not an event, we're probably better off just doing dot value. Actually, we could probably drop the if statement entirely. If we did this and said, well, oops, let's, no, not that. I guess I could just do that. The whole dang thing. What? I missed that somehow? That's irritating. Okay, so set custom validity. You've already paired with this contact, report validity. So let's try that out. We've got there, and we're gonna copy that and paste. You've already paired with this contact. Good. let's see. So existing contacts dot map. C dot alias. What? Just copy what I tell you to. Dang it. All right. There we go. Almost. All right. You've already paired with Byte as Byte Miracle, and Byte Forum. If pairings.length is greater than 1, okay, so now at least it won't let you pair with the same contact multiple times. And which ones did it say again? Byte Miracle, and Byte Forum are all the same. Byte Byte Miracle and Form. So byte large is different. If I go in here and say delete and delete, and then I come in here and try it again, we've already paired with byte as byte. This contact. You've already paired with this contact byte as byte. Okay. Now this one is treated differently because I paired with a new contact, so it's a different account index in the other wallet. And that's the reason it's working. That said, I suppose it doesn't matter. I don't know. If I didn't return here, let's see what happens if I don't do the return there. Okay, so without the return, it actually parsed the information. But didn't update that. Interesting. Okay. So it let me set the alias. That's byte small. So it at least stored the dash URI. However, it did not store the outgoing information. All right, I think given that it did add that information, I don't think I want that. So I am going to do the return here. And then I probably will move this into there. Right, I'm adding that as a note. Maybe I'll say to do, maybe prompt to show original pairing info in the scenario where your contact lost their contacts. Okay, all right. We need to cycle back to the transaction stuff. What is this? That's the state. But let's get some of our changes committed here. So actually, let me... I'm gonna take that. That's odd. Did all sorts of weird line endings while I was copying that too. Let's see. Refactor. Okay, and then inside of here, I suppose we don't actually need the new contact thing like this. It guess it doesn't hurt, but we're not really using it. I'm going to comment it out for now since it's not being used. Okay, so... Oh, wait, whoops. Leave that for now. All right. So... New contact. All right, so prevent pairing with existing contact xpub. Okay, so little side tangent, but also related. So we're trying to get transactions working. Ah, that's right. And the reason we were trying to do that inside of here, I'm going to move this closer to where main is. Might actually close some of these once I get that moved. Come on, almost there. Maybe I'm almost there. Right. Transactions, I'm going to close that, that. Oh, I'm just going to go to the end here. I might need edit contact. Utils contacts list might be relevant. Dialog I'm going to close. Raise import, main footer, imports, cryptic. Wallet I might need. Send a request. Let's close. Confirm action. Wallet decrypt. Xinfo, send confirmation, confirm. Okay. Okay, that's a little less to look through. I do want to move that maybe. Okay. Okay. So when we add a new contact, which happens here, I think what we want to do is check. So if object dot keys outgoing length is greater than 0, we want to batch generate. Probably this one. Okay, so with that added, if we add that to the global state, oh, we already did. Good, good, good. So batch address generate. This would be, let's see. Might just be that information that we need. Let's grab that. We should have access to it. So account index usage index. I might need to make a new batch function actually as I'm looking through all of this. Because I think the only one that should matter, whoops, is address index. Not find name contact wallet. What do you mean you can't find it? Oh. Okay, so if we do contact wallet. Okay, so let's look at batch generate account address. So it takes wallet derive. Oh, actually, we don't want to store them anyways, so we would need something different. So derive wallet data, phrase or X key. So if it's the X key, so xpriv or xpub, we just get the X key. We don't get that stuff, but we do get these. I don't think you're able to set the usage index on X keys, but I'm not positive. Account drive account. Yeah, you can set the address index, but usage index and account index all only happen with the phrase. The X key is already locked to account and usage, so all you're generating is the address index for them. Okay. So it wants address index. That we'll get that. That right? X key. I don't know if we'll have the X key index. I guess I can try this out and find out. All right, so Why is this complaining? Duplicate identifier. So I suppose I don't need that other stuff out of here. I really do just need the address. So in that case, I could just do... Nope, not that. Address. Delete that. Delete that. Okay, so we've got generate and store address iterator. Oh wait, that one we want that. Okay, but the next one we want this one. We want X key ID, and address. X key ID, and address index. Okay, why is this complaining? Not find name X key ID. Right, so since this one should not be storing anything, we want to switch to that and that. I think we also want to update here. That, and we need to import it. Okay. So batch key address index. We do have address index up here. Gonna be lazy right now and do that. Contact wallet address index. And I think I can leave batch. Whoop, didn't mean to do that. Batch size off. Okay, so if I do that, you should be able to say, and console.log contact addresses. Is it async? Sync. Okay, we do await address generate. And there's await in there. Okay. So I'm gonna refresh here. Still loading, that's good. I'm gonna clear that. I'm gonna just clear again. And I'm gonna refresh here. So we're gonna do a new contact here, but we already have an unpaired one here. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, paste it there. Ooh, that's fun. Is not a function. X key derive address, not a function. Okay. That's interesting. So it did break. I'm assuming that is Rely that just did that. Did it? Interesting. So it did actually finish pairing. Let's see if we get the same error in this one. So copy, paste. Okay, this time it at least logged what's happening. So generate address iterator X key. It does not have the account index. It has an address key. It has X key. and X key even has derive address. But that says derive address is not. Sure looks like a function to me. But maybe it's actually cuz. Let's see. Just generate. .x key. So maybe that will work. Because we did send the wallet. Okay. Regardless, I'm assuming this one paired 2. Maybe? Yeah, it looks like it did pair. Interesting. Okay, so they both paired even though they got that error. I think I need to do it again though. So let's refresh both of these. Make sure they are on the latest code. And I'm going to clear that. Okay. So we're going to do a new contact and a new contact again. We're going to copy and paste. Okay, that time, that's more along the lines of what I was expecting. So generator X key, it ran it. I'm assuming that's about 20 times. And we got contact adders. Address is 20. And it's showing us. Okay, so usage index 0. Do we actually get usage index 0? So the way it gets, let's see, usage index, X key index. So it grabs the usage index from the X key index, and X key does have the index. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but it's working, so I'm okay with it for now. Okay. So that gave us the list. We're not doing anything with that right now. Okay, deleting that now that it's actually generating it, especially since we are logging the full result of it now. So if we actually just go back to, see, here. If we drop that. So that gave us the first 20 addresses of what we might send to for the contact. Obviously not using that or those. Although, we could change this maybe and just do X key. And then inside of here, we do, instead of wallet, we do X key. Oh, the disadvantage to that is we don't have X key ID. Okay, so maybe we will keep doing the wallet. We'll keep the wallet there and keep it there. At which point it makes far more sense to just do that. Assuming I know how to copy and paste. Swear I do sometimes. Okay, I just want address and no, I don't. I want contact, wallet, paste, dot, okay. That's what I wanted. Even that though, let me look at this. Guess I'm not logging the wallet right now. I'm assuming I don't have, I probably cleared out the other information. So wallet should have address index. But it probably makes more sense not to use that. The default to overriding it so that this function is simpler. Oh, I missed that. So I need to replace those as well. Thought I had searched enough before, but clearly I didn't. Okay. That probably gets all the ones I need. All right. Should have actually refreshed that first and finished pairing on the other one after the refresh. Now I kind of need to do this again. Okay, so now that we have those available, we need this. We might need both, actually. No, we probably don't need the balances. I think we need the transactions. Okay, so given the transactions, contact adders dot addresses, I believe. And it might be better to do All right, so contact wallet X key ID. Right, and dash site. The only place we're using dash site in wallet. Like it. Oh, that's interesting. Not actually outputting dash site. Okay, so if I'm outputting that inside of wallet JS, if I come here, okay, I'm not importing it there, but let's assume I can get it from main. So main wallet dash site, I believe, yeah. Cleared, all right. Then we need to go here. Okay. So now we should have dash site. We should be able to get all transactions for dash site like so. Specifically for the addresses we've generated. Okay. Okay, so I don't think we finished pairing that one. Good, good, good. So if we refresh this, go to unpaired, and I copy and paste Right, so that got this. So that should have checked all of the addresses. We go into network here. That doesn't seem right. Ah, that's the one. Okay, so we check. Those addresses, let's see if they kind of match up to what we were expecting. Yep, that first one matches that. So we checked those and it came back with no transactions. All right, I'm trying to think this through. It might be worthwhile to also run this or something like this on the contacts list when you initially load. So we can maybe do it inside of the component here. I don't know if I want to do that inside of the component. but inside of main here, see contact. That's what I want. The contacts list render. Where's the first one? So inside of contacts list setup, that essentially triggers a re-render. This is also still there. Okay, so get store data. If res app state contacts res, and then we render from there. I don't actually know why we're doing it like that. Actually, I think this one might technically run before this is done. So we could theoretically move this up here and remove the await. But the await is preventing this stuff from being added too soon. I don't know. It's funny because technically I think this runs before this would finish, and then this would finish and run that, so it would re-render it. I don't know. In any case, would likely be that we'd want to do something like this. Might use, yeah, that instead, just so it's more clear what I'm looping over. So for each C, all right, so we don't need that either. All right, so maybe I'll just say X key. So X key is that keys 0. Ooh, wait. This might not work. Let's do values. So OG outgoing. So the first value and OG dot X key like that. because in some scenarios, the key could be an address if you paired with an address rather than an xpub URI. So, but in that case, the only value to the contact, let's see. So we've got contacts here. In the scenario where you didn't pair with an xpub, instead of outgoing and this, it would actually be outgoing and an address, and then the only value would also be address. But if oh, it doesn't have X key. Okay, so it might be better to do let X key is equal to OGX key or OG. So this would be xpub xpriv. Is that right? I think that's how I had it set up in that other area. xprv or xpub. Okay. So if the outgoing value has an xpub or an xpriv, we set that to the x key, and we use that to derive the wallet data, which would then be used there. Okay, so should output a bunch of extra information on load. Oh wait, it may have already done that, but let's try again. Okay, so save, get store data, refresh. Oh wait, okay, that would be why I'm not seeing it. I was thinking it was this one. Okay, so it did the contacts, and then it did contacts, transactions. So TXs. Let's do that just to see if it makes it more obvious. Okay, yeah. So at least then we know which one that's for. However, we could also do c.alias maybe. Cool. So we know byte rely has 0. Byte early has 2 transactions. Byte itself has 5. Byte large has 2. And byte wire has 2. So that is what, 11 transactions. However, we actually have a lot more than that throughout the course of the usage of this wallet. But that would at least, once we start storing that information, it would at least give us more to go off of. So with this one, requesting it like this, might make our lives a little bit easier. However, we could also potentially batch these up. So instead of for each contact making a request, We could do something like let whoa. So we could do that, but then we lose the access to that stuff. But if we wanted to access this stuff, let's see. We could do all contact addresses like that. And then instead of doing a map here, we could do addresses dot for each. Okay, so we could do that. So we could do it like that. Then instead of this, we wrap it like so, object.keys, get all of the addresses. You see, that's trickier. So transactions. X about. I hate doing nested loops, but you probably have to do something like this. So tx about. About address script pub key. About script pub key addresses 0. On address. X. Contact transaction is X key TX. Maybe what we actually want is this. On adder. That, no. That. TX without. Never. That doesn't seem right. What happened? Payload is empty. That would be why. Cannot read properties of undefined reading split. I think we'd have to switch this to C. C. I swear there's a 408. Are only allowed within async functions. Okay, that's why. So C of contacts okay, didn't die that time. However, So we got contact TX, but it only did one of the transactions. Okay, so that's our list of addresses we searched for. I suppose we could also do this. The X's. Okay, so now we've got the list of the transactions. So 9 in total, but it only listed 3. So 1 per contact, essentially. Even though let's see if this changes anything. Then adder. It's not an array. Okay. Let's see what that does. Did not improve it. So for each transaction, I guess maybe we do need to do inside of there. Okay, so let's see if that improves it. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What? Let's leave out the then. Let's just do Val. One, two, three, four, five, six. What? All right, let's see. So contact TXs if coin address transactions equal to that transactions All right, let's see if that gives us more along what I was hoping for. I think this is wrong already. Maybe not. So that gives us it by address. And it looks like for the most part, the transactions are different, although those two are the same. So if we instead do basically the same thing, but with by alias instead of address, we would want on alias. And actually, we might as well do this. So then adder is actually that. And then we can just do adder and adder, adder. Okay. And that should match pretty well with this. And now if we all right, let's refresh. Okay, so by alias, there we go. So wire, large, early, byte. That's more along the lines of what I was expecting. But we could maybe even improve it more. Instead of an array, I'm assuming it would be tx.txid. So then it would be by transaction ID. Okay, let's see about that. Now we've got byte. It shows the transaction ID first. So it won't be storing multiple transactions in case an address is in there multiple times. Or it shouldn't at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 2, 2. Mostly because there's the VIN and the VOUT. Um, all right, we're making progress. From a figuring out who it belongs to perspective, I think this way is better, but I'm actually annoyed that I can't easily see the address. So I'm thinking I might also add that. At least to see if this is doing what I want it to. So let's test that out real quick. Okay. Now at least I know which address is causing it to be added. Ah, see, that one uses a bunch of different addresses. So those two are the same, but different. So same, and different. So two same, and one different. Oh, derp, I could just look here. My bad. That's a lot easier to see. Okay. Yeah, but when I was looking at this one, it was hard to tell which one was which and why. But now it's a lot easier to go, okay, so one's using 3 different addresses, different transactions. All right, so we've at least got it grouped by the different contacts for these requests. We need a way to store it, which, let's see. Actually realize this irritates me. When all the others have been swapped out, having that one not be swapped out actually bugs me. All right. So Hmm. Just had another thought though. If we did store it by transaction and see, nope, not that. We want dash pay Insight API, I believe. There we go. All right, so Insight API, we get the multiple transactions. Hmm. So what I'm trying to think through here is, while this makes it easy for me to make sense of, so now they're each grouped by contact versus grouped by address. This is easier to find each transaction, but if we actually just store all of the transactions, once we have the transaction stored by ID, we don't need to store it again. So if we find a way to do this where we refigure this out and maybe we do store, or was that? So I think this is by transaction ID right now. However, this was stored on send, I believe. and it has a different structure from what we're actually getting from the API, which I did add alias and address and X key ID. But this has ven vout, this has inputs, outputs. The inputs and outputs have different formats, which might just be because of what gets returned from the sending function. I don't know if Cool AJ86 is doing anything. I can look into this, but I don't know if he's transforming what the server sends for this. I suppose I could look. So I'm actually going to clear this out and clear that and then clear, nope, clear that. All right, and if we come here and we do send 0.0001 send. Okay. Interesting. The network fee, that's a huge fee. Why is it doing that? See, that's a much smaller fee. I don't know why it's doing a fee like that, though. That's odd. It's more than double, but still cheaper than sending an entire octet. That's kind of weird. What if I do cash send? That's a lot more. All right, don't do cash send. Let's clear that out. Okay, so what I was trying to check is send so I don't, oh, is that why? Let me fix this. See, dash site. So I'm pretty sure it's because I'm getting the update all funds, and when I update all funds, I'm getting transactions. Probably shouldn't do that. Made sense when I'm trying to test it and figure out if it works, but derive transaction wallet. Okay, so that would also be doing it. Oh, actually, this one probably wasn't doing it. It's actually probably this. I don't remember why I was testing it in there, though. Maybe just because it was easy to get access to all of those addresses. Okay, let's clear that, refresh. All right, so send byte 1, send. Okay, yep. So this time it did not do the extra stuff. It just did the get core UTXOs for the addresses. And then if we click send, we get sendix here. And once it updated some more stuff, but okay, so in reality, all the API responds with is the transaction ID. So what we're probably storing here is what the transaction. So let's see. Drive TX. So inside of create TX here is where I think we must be taking the transaction. So we do hash and sign all. But before that, it has inputs and outputs. So we are essentially taking txinfo and storing txinfo. TX. All right, so TX is that. And txinfo we also log. So txinfo is just inputs, outputs. TX is the input, output signed with the transaction. Okay. So we're storing TX here. If we find create transaction here, get TX there. TX output loop. So send confirm is where it's happening. So if res is not equal undefined. Okay, so that's where it's getting set. Take the tx res and set it to state tx. I'm wondering if I want to store an augmented or altered version where we get the data and then we add address and byte or whatever like that. And then it's more easily available. Even if instead of adder, if this was adders and just took all the vin and vout addresses and just jammed them into one array, then you could still array or object, whatever, you could find the addresses easier than looping over this every time. And under the same vein, if we store this information, if these also were all in one address array or whatever, it might also be easier to pair things up. Hmm. think I need to take a break. I need to think this stuff over. I've got the data in here. I've got a lot of it figured out, but not ready. Yeah, I need to think through how I want this stored. Let's see if I should commit any of this stuff. Okay, so dash site. Maybe I'll do these separately. So see. All right. So with that change, All right. Gonna push that. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up here. Thanks everyone who tuned in. Please consider liking, subscribing, sharing, following, commenting, all that stuff. It's much appreciated. And